Okay, so let's see what's on the beta. 2.70 update. Okay, so I'm gonna go through the changelog quickly, even though it's really long. And I have the game open as well at the same time. Oh, nice. You can pick up millions of commas on the floor. Okay. So, class icons, spell icons have been normalized, I guess. So there's a different color for everything. That's pretty cool. Okay, this is for Coliseum. Oh yeah, if you guys want to follow along, I can send a link in the live chat. Rating points have been removed. And now there's only, so your progression in leagues is only affected by your rating. And there's also a league for the 1v1 queue. That's cool. There's a 2v2 game mode. Let's see. Can we access it? Okay, no. Colosseum is unavailable for the moment. So maybe in the next days on the beta. Okay. You can now register alone or in groups of 2 for the 3v3 game mode. Should I skip the Coliseum thing? Because Coliseum is not available on the beta. Maybe I'll just go through it quickly. Let's see if the new matchmaking system is better. They're adding rewards to the Coliseum. Cosmetics you can get. Can we find it in game? See what cosmetics they added. Maybe in achievements? Coliseum. Okay, it's a bit bugged. Oh, there we go. You also get XP, which is interesting. That's a costume. A shield. So it's a complete cosmetic set. And each season they're going to add a new cosmetic set, I'm guessing. These achievements don't give achievement points, so for people who only play PVM, this is not really a worry. But these cosmetics are linked to the account, it seems. Yeah, linked to the account. But for people who want these cosmetics and can't and don't want a PvP, I think they said you can still get these cosmetics later in the... You can buy them for Colo tokens in the Colo hall. So yeah, these are the seasonal achievements. They added podiums to the Colosseum hall. Let's go check it out. So as you can see, there's now 9 podiums, or 3, but there's 3 spots each. So I'm guessing this is for 1v1. The top 3, the 1v1 category every season will be shown here. This is for 2v2, and this is for 3v3. It's a way, like, they're adding ways to reward players playing PvP. To add competitiveness. I think it's cool. Continue. There's a new pebble. Yeah, I wanted to see the price. So it costs 500 Colo tokens. This one. Is it? Yeah, it's this one. The Radiant Pebble. So it costs half the price of a Sparkling Pebble. And I think it's not really a good idea, because if you look at the recipes, this pebble is used from level 150 to level 194. So it basically replaces the Sparkling Pebble, but for half the price. And now the Sparkling Pebble is only used for recipes from level 190. Yeah. Okay, well, a little bit for low levels, but mostly for level 195 to 200. And I think this is going to make the Radiant Pebble worth a lot more commas, even though it costs less Colo tokens. If that doesn't happen, I think they're gonna have a very similar price. And it's going to be low. Because the demand for the Radiant Pebble, I think it's going to be much higher. When you craft, when you're trying to level up a crafting profession, this pebble is going to be the best. So I think it's pretty safe to say that leveling crafting professions is going to be much cheaper than before. If before it was like 20-30 million commas to level 1, it's probably going to be half. Let's keep going. Okay, they normalized the rewards at the end of a fight. You can now block your experience gain in Colo. That's nice for people who want to play low level without gaining XP. They want to stay at the same level for their gear, without their gear being what's the word? Well, without their gear not being useful anymore for their level. You can only block XP for Colo. Okay. Oh, you can now teleport to Colo maps from this Colo hall, apparently. Yeah, from here. So you don't have to go to the Goldard Arena anymore. I think that's really cool. You don't have to go here. Where is it? Did they remove it? Here in -6, -12, there was a Goldard Arena. I don't know why it's not showing. But now you can access any PvP map from here. Nice. I just wish they said if the map is for 1v1, 2v2, or 3v3. Oh, it's written. Okay. So you hover on the skulls, and this says 3v3 instance. This is also 3v3. Okay, so this is all 3v3. I think this is cool. They've changed Colo maps. You have 30 more seconds to accept a Colo fight. There's a new potion to teleport to the Colosseum. Let's see how you craft it. Piglet milk and tofu bee stomach, so it's pretty cheap. I mean, there is a zap right next to it. What else? Okay, yeah, the Goldtar zone has been moved to the Colosseum basement. So there's a basement now? Ooh, interesting. Yeah. Can you still fight, like, pouches? Yeah, you can. Okay. So there's a kind of a new place where you can fight against pouches. What else? Okay, so this is it for the Colo. I can't really test the 2v2 game mode because the Colosseum is disabled for now in the beta. So let's move on. The Pritex. The shield is now based on your level and not on health. So you're getting a lot less shield. So this is a big nerf. They did a little table to compare. But I guess to compensate, they buffed the Dorigami. And now you get shield for 2 turns instead of just 1. Let's see, let's go back and buy the Dofus. test it really quickly. Oops. Okay, so I'm killing a monster. 600 shields. Let's kill another. So I'm at 1400. I pass. I still have it on my turn. Okay. I pass again. I lose it on the second turn. I wonder where's my gear though? Oh, my panda. Regenerate. The effect lasts the whole turn instead of going away at the start of the bear's turn. So this is the item that heals you if you get hit before you play, I'm guessing. Oh, they also modified this legendary shield, Death Defying. Nope, I can't find my items. Oh, that sucks. I think I put like all my items in the Haven bag, and the Haven bag stuff does not get transferred to the beta. So I can't really test my builds. Is it really not here? Wow. Okay. So for the Death Defying, the effects are applied when the combat starts, and will refresh based on the bearer's health instead of the start of their turn. Okay. So there's a few more items that have changed. Like the Minotaur Scepter being 3 AP. Also for the Dane Denaf knife. I don't think these were really used. Oh, did they bug out the equipment interface? It's not loading. So this item is now 3 AP, it was 4. I don't think it makes much of a difference. And the other item was this Minotaur Scepter. Maybe it makes a difference for low levels. I don't know. What else? No one played that, so it doesn't really matter. Fugitive Boots now gives 1 MP. What are those boots? Okay, that's a good start to making this set actually viable. Because boots not giving MP is a bit of a joke. So now we get to the bonus sets being modified. There's so many of them. I'm just gonna go through it quickly and see what could be interesting. I think these are all low-level sets. Okay, so where it could start being interesting is at the Barbarian Set. Would have been nice to see what it was before, so I can actually compare. But I could open a Dofus lab tab next to it and just check quickly. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so for Bearable, it already gave an AP for 3 items. They just added dodge. Yeah, they just added dodge. Let's see for the exhaust set. That's weird. Okay, so with the exhaust set, the set used to remove an MP or an AP, depending on how many items you were using from the set. Now all these penalties are gone, but they added conditions that you have less than 12 AP and less than 6 MP. But I'm not sure who plays that. The only thing from that set that I know could be played is the shovel, because it removes AP when you hit with it, and it's only 3 AP. What else? You got the Automi set, which is a good set for intelligence rogues. Let's see what they did with it. So they added prospecting bonus to this set. They gave more crits. The 2 item set only the 2 item bonus only gave 2% crit, now it gives 5. And same thing here. Well, it used to give 4% crit for 3 items and now it gives 5. They also buffed the 2 set bonus by 20 intelligence. And yeah, they added prospecting. They removed the lock bonus. No, never mind. It's still here. So that's it. It's just prospecting bonus, a little crit bonus, and a little intelligence bonus for 2 items. Again, doesn't really make a difference. Alistair set, that's important. It's like very important agility items. So let's see, let's compare. Alistair set. For 2 items, now it gives 40 agility, it used to give 20. It used to give 5 MP parry, now it gives 10. Oh, that's a nerf. So it used to give 1 range. Now they just removed the range bonus from the Alistair set. That hurts. But they gave it crits, 10%. It used to give 0. And they also gave it prospecting. So it's a nerf because you lose the range, but you get 10% crit. So maybe now the Alistair set will be useful in an agility crit set. I know it's hard to build an agility crit set because there's very few items that give both agility stats and critical percentage. Let's see what else. And yeah, Alistair set was actually very good for getting range. You could easily get 6 range with an agility set. So now you're probably gonna get a bit less. But it makes sense, it makes sense. The climb set, what was that? Let me remember. Climb set was not bad, it's also an agility set. What did they do? They nerfed the agility by 10. They gave it dodge. And that's it. No. Okay, the 3 item bonus used to give 1 MP and now it gives 1 AP. So the climb set can now be more interesting because it gives an AP. So maybe we'll be able to get a 12 AP set using the climb set for agility. I can't really build like sets yet on Dofus Lab because the items have not been the stats have not changed yet on the website. Or I can, but it's gonna take a long time to change all the stats. Let's see what else. There's a bunch of sets that now give 1 AP. I don't know if they used to give 1 AP. Let me check. Elmunster. Yeah, okay, it already used to give an AP, so no, not much difference. Let's check Mrs. Freeze. Okay, so they buffed both 2 and 3 items. Now you get more stats. Oh. Okay, so you get less strength now, but you get more intelligence and chance. And you also get fire and water damage, which were just not there. And they also buffed the vitality a little bit. Barbarian Set. I don't think it was really used. I know the weapon is used for tank sets. I guess some people use maybe the cape with the weapon. So what did they do to it? They added vitality, crit res. They added pushback res as well for the 2 items. And you get more lock for 2 items. I like that for a lot of sets they're making well, they're buffing 2 items instead of 3, because maybe it becomes more interesting to have a few items from every set, but maybe not, because they're not giving it AP, so no one's really gonna use it. Did Alistair have crits before? No, it did not. I'm checking on Dofus Lab at the same time, and Alistair did not have crits. Actually, some items did have crits, like the boots in the ring, but the set bonus did not give a crit percentage. So I think if you want to play agility crit, Alistair is now a good option, because the bonus, where is it? The bonus for 2 or 3 items now gives 10% crits. And since the hat, the Alistair crown, does not give any crits, people are most probably going to go with the boots and the ring, because they each give, well, one gives 5% crit, the other gives 6% crit. So that's already 11% combined with the new set bonus, which is 10%. So you're now at 21% crit with only 2 items. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty nice. For Feka, maybe I guess for dreams it's going to be nice for crits. For any, to be honest, for any class that wants to play agility crit, this is going to be nice. So where were we? I have no clue what this is. Oh, okay. I can show you quickly. So this set, it used to give 1 MP when you had 3 items, now it gives 1 AP. So I think, again, the more they swap MPs for APs on full set bonuses, the more sets are going to be viable and interesting when trying to mix them up with other sets, because it's harder to get to 11 or 12 AP than it is to get 6 MP. Everyone's going to play Volbis, and is going to have MP on boots, MP exo. So that's already three easy MPs you can get, and you already have 6 MP. So you don't really need MP bonus for sets. What you need is AP bonuses. And that's what they're doing, which is cool. So let's see. I think Barbarian Set is the same thing. They probably changed MP for AP. No, never mind. It already gave an AP. So what did they change? They added fixed damage, which was not there at all. They increased the MP reduction a little bit. And now removes a bit of dodge. Okay. Well, this is cool, I guess for like any tropes, maybe Seditas, classes who play around MP reduction, because now they have more damage when they hit. No marrow. We already saw that from the dev blog. Just want to confirm, maybe they changed values. So you now get more stats for the two item bonus. You get more crits for the 2 item bonus. More crit damage as well. So it's a buff for the 2 item bonus, but it's a nerf for the 3 item bonus. Because here you had 40 stats instead of 30. You had, well, the same crits, but you had 12 crit damage. Now it's 10. And you also lose lock and MP parry on both, which was not there before. I think overall it doesn't really make a difference if you're playing 3 items, but now if you play 2 items it's going to be more interesting. Let's see the Nea Set. Hey Nat, yes, the beta just opened today, a few hours ago. So if you want to hop on the beta, you can. The only thing is that the Coliseum is disabled. So you can't really test the 2v2 game mode. Oh, the Nea Set was nice before. Let's see what they did. Oh, so before the Nea Set used to give 1 MP when you had 3 items, now it gives 1 AP. The initiative value is the same for 3 items, but you lose 10 intelligence and you lose 1 range. No, never mind. You lose 10 intelligence because it had 50, but you win 1 range because it did not give a range before. 2 items as well, you get a range and you lose 10 intelligence. That's going to be interesting. To be honest, this is really nice. They're adding an AP to a lot of to a lot of sets. So now the amount of options you have to create different sets is really nice. I can already see a lot of 12 AP sets working. Okay, let's keep going. I think I'm almost at 200 sets. This is going to be the juiciest part. Unstable set gives AP and MP. What is that? Whoa. Okay, so this set is used either either for full MP reduction, or it can be used for pushback damage as well. Okay, so it's not that big of a buff because it already gave AP and MP. So what did they do? They added a bunch of stats. So for 3 item bonus, the AP and MP bonus was already there. The initiative bonus was already there. And the prospecting as well. But all the rest that they added was not there. So you now get an MP parry bonus. You now get vitality bonus. You get wisdom, which is insane because this is pretty much an MP reduction set. For 2 items, same thing, they added a bunch of stats. This is nice. Let's see the Barbaric set. Is it now viable to use maybe the ring with another item from the same set? Let's see. I'm comparing with Dofus Lab on this side, but I'm going to open the item on the game so you can see as well. Where's Jeweler? Okay. So the only thing they added to the 3 set bonus, the 3 item bonus, is they added 50 power. The rest did not change. For 2 items, they only increased all the damage by 5, so it was all at 10. I think it's a good start. But I'm not sure it's going to be useful or viable to use this ring with it and this weapon with it. Maybe for lower levels, but for level 200 you have better options, even if you add 50 power. Destroyer set, let's see what they did. Really sucks that I can't access the equipment encyclopedia. It's just fully bugged. It doesn't appear. That's why I'm going to professions. What was the set again? Destroyers. Okay, 3 items. They added 10 chance and 10 agility. That's it for 3 items. For 2 items, same thing. Yeah, so they just bumped the stats by 10. Not a big difference, but it doesn't hurt. What else do we have? The Valiant Set, let's check it out. I'm gonna go through every 200 set that looks interesting. Oh wow. I hope Serum Armor is not nerfed. This is the juicy part, because there's so many useful sets. So I'm now at Wulan. Wulan was used. We already had a 12 AP set for Wulan, mostly chance and strength, and it was focused on MP reduction. So what they did with this set, they increased the chance and strength stats by 10. And that's it. So a small, very small buff. Next, Wukang set. That's good for agility, strength, and MP reduction as well. Used mostly by, I think, either agility Elio or any trough for full MP reap. Wow. Okay, so agility Elio is going to be broken now because they're adding 60 pushback damage, which was not there at all. $60 pushback damage? The 3 items only. Okay. I think this is gonna be a nice set for agility Elio. Was already using that set, maybe not the hat. More like cape plus weapon? Not sure. I think wait, let me show you. I think I have I think I have an Elio build. Yeah, there we go. So, I already made an Elio build before. For agility, I have 1010 agility with 115 power. You get 131 air damage with 148 MP reduction. And it has 70 pushback damage, so this is mostly agility MP reap. That I was playing. It has 12 AP as well. Good health. So this is a set that now, for the 3 item bonus, you're gonna get 60 pushback damage. So the pushback damage is gonna be buffed to 130. And you're already going to push anyways, because when you MP reap with agility Elio, you want to push as well, so that the enemy has an even harder time to get to you. But I know there's also like a full agility pushback set for Elio. Maybe I don't have it here. I don't. But this is, I think this is a buff. So let's see what else we have. Corruption set. What did they do? Corruption is really interesting for strength crit. For 3 items, they nerfed the crit damage by 10. They used to give 20. But they added an MP, which was not there, which really doesn't really make a difference. You can, like, now maybe you remove your Volbus, but I guess that's only if you're playing melee and you will never proc your Volbus. So maybe it opens up a trophy slot or a Dofus slot. I don't see this being worth it though. For 2 items, they added 5% crit, which was not there. Which could be good, but they also nerfed 10 crit damage. So a small nerf for this set. If you're only using 2 items, maybe both rings, you get a 5% crit buff. Next, the Pastech set. That's an intelligence pushback set. Mostly used by Uginaks, I think. So 3 items used to give 1 MP, 100 Vit, and 30 pushback damage. Now it still gives the same pushback damage, but it gives an AP instead, with lock, and it gives water and fire damage, which was not there. So if you're playing int pushback, like on Uginak, what is there another class that can play int pushback? Maybe SRAM. This set is going to be way more interesting than before, because you're getting AP from it, and you get damage from it. I think that's a good buff, a good change. 2 items is also you get damage, which was not there, and you now get 10 more pushback damage because you used to give 20, and you get lock, which was not there. That's nice. Salvatory Spirit. That was mostly an Omni set without crits, which kind of got eclipsed by what is it called? The new non-crit set that came out, the Crimson Dawn. So no one's really using this anymore. They basically only added crit res for 3 items and for 2 items. Not really interesting. I think still no one's going to play that. Valiant Hearts. That was not played either. And quickly I can see that they added pushback damage. It was not there. They buffed the crit because it was 4%, now it's 10. AP reduction is the same, and it gives an AP like before. So maybe it's more interesting for pushback damage. I know the cape gives 25 pushback damage. The boost as well. So maybe this is a new interesting option for pushback damage, the Valiant Hearts set. It gives strength and agility. The Nea Set was used mostly by Anitrophs, I think. Let's look at it. So what changed? The MP reduction is doubled. It was 5 before. They added 7% crit, which was not there at all. And they also added 30 heals. The items did give crit percentage, so maybe this is more interesting for people who want to play crit chance with agility. Intelligence, I mean. Maybe it fits well with the ethical wand. Does it fit well with the Queen of Fate set? Well, no, because they both use boots and cape. Maybe if you have 2 items here and 2 items there, but then you're missing an AP. Yeah, they both have a boots and cape, so they don't really fit. So I don't think it's really interesting. Yeah, okay, Queen of Faith. People mostly use Queen of Faith set for the ethical wand build. They use the cape and the boots. I had it open. Three items is basically the same. They just added an MP reduction. And same for 2 items. Nothing changed really. No clue what this is. Massim set. Oh, okay, that's like the Vortex set. What is it called? This used to give it an MP for 3 items, and now gives AP. The set is Intelligence and Chance. So maybe this can fit with the Mental set? Although it doesn't give crit bonus in the set bonus. Maybe not. Okay, so it also gave pushback damage, but now it gives more pushback damage, 10 more. What else is interesting? Seer Momor. What did they do to this set? I just finished my Seer Momor set not long ago, so I hope they didn't nerf it. What are the boots called? Eternal Chase. Okay, so the fixed res is the same for Seer Momor. The power is the same. The pushback res is the same. Block as well. MP parry. Resistance is the same. So what changed? I don't really know. Maybe they didn't touch 6 items and they touched like 2 items. I kind of forgot. Did it used to like fix you at 2 MP no matter how many items you used? And now it's like different? Or did something else change? I really can't tell. I guess I'll come back to this when I have more info. I don't really know. Misery set. That gave power. Aha, that's it. That's a nice buff. So the misery set did not use to give an AP. It didn't give an MP either, so now it has an AP. And all 3 items are useful. They nerfed the crit damage by 5. But yeah, now it gives AP. Freeze Hammer set, that's a good set for agility and intelligence, and it gives a nice amount of initiative. The Freeze Hammer set now gives dodge and AP parry. The AP parry is nice for PvP. It was not there. Same for 2 items. They added dodge and AP parry. Next up, we have Submerged set. They gave it crit. They gave it pushback res. And they gave it damage, air damage. If you don't know what that set is, the belt of that set was used a lot. And it's still used for agility sets because it gives a range. This one, the Bluster belt. So maybe now it's interesting to combine this Bluster belt with either the hat or the cape, or both, because you get more air damage. Could be interesting to compare with current or past agility sets. I think this is mostly going to be used in PvP because it gives, like, this belt alone gives 20% resistance. Kind of insane. It gives a range as well. That's already a very good belt. Yeah, you want the devblog link? I can link it quickly if you want to read it along. There you go, I pasted it. The burning set was not very used. If I remember correctly, that's the set from the solar area. I guess it was used for AP reduction. Maybe AP reduction Hopper Mage. So let's see what changed. Sorry. They added 20 heals because it gave 10 before. They added 10 lock. And they also added 15 fire damage. So I can see this being a good buff for intelligence AP reduction classes who want to stay in melee because you get more luck and you get more fire damage, so you hit harder. So I can see this being good on Hopper Mage. Maybe Xeller, but not really sure. I think Chanced Xeller is still better for AP reduction. What else plays intelligence with AP reduction? Maybe Craw, but not really. Yeah, I think this is only interesting for Hopper Mage, really. Sharp Eye set. That's a very good chance set, especially if you're PvP. They added the range. I think that's cool. They added 10 dodge as well. 2 item bonus also gets the range. That's a nice buff. A very nice buff, actually. Unsound Mind. They removed the 2 range bonus from that set to give it crits instead. I've never seen anyone play that set, to be honest, so I don't think it really makes a difference. I think it's still not going to be used. Let's check the goal set real quick. Yeah, same thing. They added a bit of stats. It's not going to make a difference. No one plays that. Set stick. Ooh. Okay, so this set is used for pushback mostly. What is it called? Mummy boots. So the AP is still here. The pushback damage is nerfed by 5. Not really a big difference. Crit res is the same. They added 10 heals. No one cares. They added 40 strength and 40 intelligence. That's cool. So this is really minimal changes. Doesn't really make a difference. Am I close to being done? No, there's so many sets. I don't care, I want to take my time and really check out the changes. Yeah, no one really uses this set, and they won't play it either now, even if it has more crit res and more heals. No difference. Luminescent set. Let's check it quickly. Yeah, same thing. Like now it has a bit more pushback damage, a bit more lock. It has MP reduction, but I think it's not really going to be used. Maybe for MP reduction sets. Let's check the Kongoku set. So the belt for this set is used if you're too poor to get a Jessica belt. You now get 200 vit instead of 100. You get 20 luck. So maybe they're adding luck to compensate for not having a Jessica. But I think, like, even if you combine it with the cloak or the hat, you're going to be missing resistances. Like, it's not the luck or the vitality that makes you use the hat or the cape to combine it with this belt. I think it doesn't matter. They have to add more for this set to be interesting. Voldolor. It's an agility chance set. They added a bunch of crits. Well, 5 crits. And that's it. Not much has changed. Deep sea set, some people use the ring. I never really liked it. They increased MP parry, and they increased the chance by 20. I think it still doesn't change much. The Vortex set was used, I think, by like AP reduction Cross. It now gives 5 more AP reduction. And it gives 20 heals. This is interesting. So there's a bunch of sets that no one ever used. So I'm hoping now they become actually interesting. So if I check Master Risk. So this set, they added a range that was not there. But they removed the 6% crit bonus that was there. Instead, they added MP reduction, they added AP parry, and they added crit res. So maybe these items are more interesting for MP reduction. Maybe you only combine the boots and the amulet for MP reduction. I don't know, we'll have to see. Levy Trough, let's compare that. They added a bunch of fixed damage, was not there at all. They increased the dodge by 5. And that's it. So now this set will hit harder. But again, no one used it. I'm not sure that 10 damage bonus is going to make a difference. The Abyss set was mostly used. I think the hat was mostly used because it gave like 30% resistance. What is it called? It's called the Abyss. So this is like purely a PvP hat for agility. The set bonus, it now gives more stats. So instead of 20 stats, you get 60. You get 10% strength res for 3 items. That was not there at all before. But the thing is, you're probably not going to use this for an agility set anyways, because the ring does not give agility. So it's a bit weird to use it. And same thing for the amulet. Does not give agility. So if you use them both for an agility set, it's as if you're using the set bonus for agility, so it's like... So it's as if the amulet and the ring gave 20 agility. So I think it's still not worth it, even if you get 10 strength res. But maybe it is, I don't know. Oh, also the pushback res is increased by 30. The Nocturnal set? That was a chance set? No, never. Yeah, the boots are chance. So every item gave a different element. This set is mostly like no one plays it all the items together. They mostly only use one item from the set because it gives them the highest stats possible to play glass cannon. Wow, this is insane. I never realized. Well, this didn't change. Like, it already gave 50 fixed damage in every element, except chance. No, except intelligence. I never really realized that. So what did they change? It used to give a range bonus, that's gone. Same for crits, that's gone. Instead, you get a bit of fixed resistance. You get prospecting. I feel like they screwed this set even more than before. Yeah, I don't really see... Like, no one played this altogether before. So why would they now? If you nerfed the set bonus. I don't know. It's weird to remove the range. So like, I guess that you could see it as a buff because they added stats like strength, chance, agility that was not there. Just removing range is weird. So if someone plays that, they're going to have either to play melee or be a class that doesn't need range, like Sacrier or IOP. Cycloid set. Okay, this can be interesting because they're swapping again an MP for an AP for 3 items. Wow. So it now gives an AP instead of MP. It gives a range. That was not there. The stats are the same, but the crit is now 12%, which was 5% before. And it now gives 20 fixed damage in every element. This is a crazy buff. Does it compensate for the items not being good? So we can see that the set is meant to be played multi-element. So strength, agility, and intelligence, just not chance. You're meant to play this crit as well. So you see, that's the issue. You have like only the boots that give crits. So I guess this is why they added more crits in the set bonus to compensate the ring and the amulet not giving crit percentage. Is it going to be viable for crits? Who knows? But the fact that they're adding 20 fixed damage makes this maybe viable for non-crit. You just ignore the crits completely. You get more sync for your boots because you're not playing crit. And you get a lot more damage. And range. The boots gives range. The set bonus gives range. So maybe this is a good multi-element set. The non-crit multi-element set to hit from far for distance. Or you could try to make it work for crit. I think this is a nice buff. This is one of like the most interesting buffs for now. Next up, we have the Valiant set. This is the set that was mostly used for any ripsas in PvP. I'm not sure if it's still used, because I don't really PvP much. I don't think the changes are drastic though. You get, okay, well, you get 60 pushback damage. That was not there at all. And that's it. They just buffed pushback damage on 3 items for some reason. It's weird because none of these items gave pushback damage, so I don't really see what they're doing here. Triangle set, that's a very important set. Hope they didn't screw it up. Okay, so 4 items. No one used to play 4 items. Did anything change? Yes, now it gives 1 AP. So the set actually used to give an MP for 4 and 3 items. But now 3 items is still an MP, but 4 items is an AP. So maybe 4 items is more interesting. I think it's going to be, because that's pretty cool actually. Did anything else change? You still get the same stats and the same fixed damage. So just the fact that 4 items now gives an AP, I think it's really cool. It's like something that no one considered before. Because why would you want to play... Like, why would you want to put every item if you only get an MP? Which it's already easy to get an MP, as I said before. It's already super easy to get 6 MP. So again, all these items, they also give crit percentage. So it could be nice for a multi-crit set. But it's also nice for multi-non-crit set. If you want to ignore the crit. This is really cool. I like this. For 2 items, did they change anything? Nope. Yeah, so it's really just 4 items now has an AP. Insane. The Grithril set, I think no one even knows what it is. It's like really niche items and no one knows what it is. It's this set. So it mostly gives strength and chance. It's like a combination that no one does. You'd never see anyone playing by element, strength and chance. But I think it could be cool on like Osamodas, because strength is like tankiness and chance is like poison damage. So it looks like a good combination. But okay, so 3 items, it used to give an AP and 150 vit, so that's still there. But they added 40 chance, they added 40 strength, they added luck, and they added crit res. I think this is cool. Maybe more people look at this set now because it gives more stats. You could also combine it. There's a weapon I've always wanted to use. That's strength and chance. I think it's called Terror Lord. This weapon looks so cool. It's only 4 AP. The lines of damage is pretty high. But I've never seen anyone play it because there's no really viable strength and chance sets. Maybe this becomes more interesting? Who knows? The Volcanic set. Again, a very niche set. So it already gave an AP before. Now it just gives more MP reduction. Then the lock is buffed a bit as well. It gives 50 pushback res, so maybe for a pushback res set, this is more interesting. I don't even know what it gives. Like, what do the items give? No one looks at these items. So this is a strength intelligence set. So they added 40 strength and 40 intelligence for 3 items. So it looks like they're buffing stats on a full set bonus to try and make the set more interesting. And more interesting than other sets. I think it's cool. Because maybe this little buff is going to make it that the Bioelement set will allow you to get more than 1,000 stats in these 2 elements easily. And therefore make it comparable with other, like other, maybe more interesting than mono element set. But then again, I know it's going to lack on fixed damage. Also, you can notice that the amulet and the boots give MP reduction, but not the cloak. A bit weird. If they wanted to actually make the set interesting for MP reduction, why not add MP reduction to the cloak? Oh, okay. I think they're not touching items because it's too complicated for them. Is intelligence strength still viable on Yop? Yeah, I think it is. But you're still not going to use this set. There's a better set for it, and it's like the King Playa set, I think. Maybe it combines well with it, I'm not sure. Yeah, so this is the set you want to use on IOP for intelligence and strength. But I can check if wait, what was the name of the set? Volcanic set? Maybe the items combine well. So the boots is a problem because both sets use boots. But maybe you can have one set use 3 items and the other set use only 2. Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, you can. So that could be interesting. Because the 2 set bonus still gives stats here. And actually, both sets give MP reduction. So, could be something there. Let's move on. Unspeakable set. This set never used at all by anyone. So I'm guessing this is why they're adding 30 fixed damage in every element. They're adding 7% crit. They're adding a range. They really want people to start using this. Let's check the items. Okay, this is weird. This is a very weird set. Because the boots don't even give stats. They just give fixed damage. I don't know. Does 30 fixed damage compensate the fact that you don't even have stats on your boots? We'll have to see. The Triton set. This is a good set for pushback damage. Right here. So it used to give 1 AP, it used to give 100 power. Now they're adding 5% crit and 10 lock. The lock could be nice because you can play it melee with pushback damage. The crit, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if people use this to play crit. But hey, that's a small nerf to a set that was, sorry, a small buff to a set that was already used. So that's pretty cool. It was already used, but not that much. Oh, I think multi-element crits used this set already. Like in PvP, I think I've seen it used because it gives crit damage and power. Well, the items don't really give power, but the set bonus does. And it gives crits and crit damage. So I think I've seen it used. Maybe not the full set, but I've seen it used in PvP for crit sets. The Jammy Jack set. Okay. Important set. Okay, it already gave an AP. It already gave 50 agility. They nerfed the air damage by 5 because they used to give 15. But in compensation, they added 10 MP parry, which I don't know if it really makes a difference. It's just they just nerfed the damage. Yeah, they nerfed the damage by 5. 5 air damage. Small nerf. Again, I don't think it makes a difference. You're still gonna use this agility set almost everywhere. King playset, I looked at it already. Forgot to compare it with the previous version though. They buffed the MP reduction by 5. And they also buffed the crit res by 10. That's it. Also, you can notice that most sets now, for 2 items or 3 items, they have the exact same buffs, except 3 items will have either an AP or an MP. But the rest of the buffs, it seems like they're trying to make it the same. It's a common theme that I'm starting to see. The hair set is people only use the ring to get power and 2 range. Can the rest of the set be interesting now? Whoa, 2 AP bonus. Aha. That's a good way to make people play the set. It now gives 2 AP instead of 1. And it gives 15 water, earth, and neutral damage. But they removed the 40 stat buff. I think it's still worth it because you get one more AP. But the items, like the boots and the amulet, they give strength and chance. So maybe it's only going to be an interesting set for strength and chance again, which is not played at all by anyone. I like where this is going. Oh, but okay, so I get it. They're adding an AP to the set bonus because the amulet does not give an AP. So maybe it only makes this set okay instead of really good. Because before no one was going to use this with the amulet not giving an AP. The Nea Set is something that I think it was interesting in the past for like intelligence healer characters. Like any character that could play intelligence could just equip a healing weapon and use this set and give pretty good heals. So let's see what they did. They buffed the heals by 20. They buffed the intelligence by 20 as well. You now have 1 range. So that's a nice buff. You get more dodge and you get MP reduction. But in my opinion, the items just don't give enough stats. I don't see this being really better than another intelligence set for heals. Yeah, I'll get to class modifications. I'm still on set bonuses. I think set bonuses is like a big part of the new things in this update. They added pushback damage to the Saruman set. A set that was not used at all. I'll try to go a bit faster, I guess. The Treadfist set? Okay, this is important. Thank you, it still gives an AP. Same crit damage, same power. But it now gives AP parry. And 5 crit percentage, this is huge. But you lose crit res, which no one cares because you're playing glass cannon anyways. Most likely. But getting 5% crit on 3 items is really nice. Because the boots did not used to give any crit percentage. So what this does, because there's already sets that use both, like all 3 items. And people put exocrit, like, I mean, they use crit trance runes on the boots to get like as much crit percentage as possible. So with 5 more crit percentage, I think you can easily get to 100% without a lot of exos. Let me check quickly on Dofus Lab. Oh well, there you go. So this set, it's 12.5. So the crit percent, okay, so the crit rate is not that high, I guess. But if you get 5% more, also I think they buffed the corruption set. Let's go back to the corruption set. Yeah, exactly. So for 2 items on the corruption set, you now get 5% as well. So here you get 5% more for 2 items. And here you get 5% more for 3 items. So you get 10% more. So you'd be, with this set, you'd be at 88% instead of 78. Which is a huge buff, actually. Because this set I'm showing you here does not even have exos on it. So you can put 2% on the boots. And you'd be at 90%. So if you put a few more exos on the rest of the items, you just need to get 5% and you're at 100% exos. Is it hard to get 5% exos on the rest? I don't know, but even if you don't add more exos, your spells, the base crit on your spells will now be less than 5%. So, like in the worst case, you'd be at 95% crit, which is still very good. So that's really cool. People thought they were nerfing multi-crit glass cannon sets. This looks like a buff. But again, wait, the set I just showed you does not use a Rhine bow. It's mostly a set, this set is mostly for like Auxiliary or IOPS that want to go melee, I guess. Well, not completely melee, but like use the axe in diagonal. This is a good set. You don't have to play it with a AP trophy as well. You can remove it, play it 11 AP to get your 6 MP back. And use something else. You can get more fixed damage with black spotted Dofus instead. You can change it a bit. But this set is pretty common. Everyone should know it. So next, Count Harborg set. From this set, I mostly use the hat for a strength SRAM trap set. Even though now we have like another interesting trap set with Crimson Dawn. I'm still interested to see what they did. So for 3 items, you get 200 more vitality, you get a range that was not there, you get crit res, pushback res. Okay, I mean, I don't see the point of that, because you're already playing a glass cannon set. Look at the hat. The hat removes a lot of resistances. So I don't really see the point in adding resistance. Mostly you get the range, which I guess is not bad for SRAM, but we already have 6 range for SRAM easily on strength set. This is not really needed unless they nerf the range on another set later that I didn't see. Soulblade set is a nice set. I think the ring and the weapon... Wait, no, the weapon is not part of the set. So this set is multi-element, was 3 elements, so strength, agility, and intelligence. Just no chance. What did they add? They added stats, 30 stats in each element. And that's it. So you have 30 more stats. That's interesting. But I don't know, I still don't see it being used much. Just realized it's kind of weird that the Soulblade sword is not part of that set. Because it's clearly the same name, the same look. But they should have, like, they really should have added this to this set and made like a 4th set bonus. This was like their opportunity. I don't know why they did not do that. Elio set. This is an important set. We all know it, we all play it. Okay, so 3 items. They nerfed the fixed damage by 5. They increased the heals. No one cares. No one heals on that set. I guess maybe any Ripsa does with the rework. He added MP parry. Yeah, maybe any Ripsa is going to be using that set better. But in general, it's a nerf. You lose 5 fixed damage. A Cham set. They added 20 crit damage. That's cool. No, wait. They buffed the crit damage by 10. Because it was already there. That's cool. I think the AP cost of the weapon is still too much. Maybe make it 5 AP. Make it more interesting. 6 AP is too much. Even though I know it hits a lot. But yeah, in general, they just buffed the crit damage by 10. Not a big difference. But still nice. Does any even use the full Elio set? Or Sharp Eye? I think in PvP they use Sharp Eye more because it gives AP parry. Or is it resist? Yeah, it gives AP parry. So you're right. I think in PVM maybe the Elio set will be more interesting than the Sharp Eye. And the Sharp Eye is more for PvP. They buffed the pushback damage on this set. The agility as well. So this set I think most people don't know it, but when you try to make an agility pushback set, this set, like, you look at this set as an option. But now, no one really used it, but now I think you actually can use it because they added more pushback damage and agility. I think it's more interesting than before. So that's cool. Like classes that can use this, it's like Forgilance is good with this. Anything else that plays agility pushback, like Elio could make use of this. That's nice. Dark Quartz. So the Dark Quartz set, I see it mostly being used on AP reduction Feka. But sometimes people use only the cape because it gives 2 range. So what it did now is they added 50 strength to 3 item bonus. Well, it was 30 strength, so that's a 20 strength bonus. They added AP reduction, so it was 5, now it's 10. And they added crit percentage. So it's a very small buff. I don't think anyone's gonna play 3 items though. Maybe. So this is a set no one knows about. Well, if you know about it, then good for you. But like, no one's gonna play that. So what's new? They added resistances. Maybe it's a better set for PvP. You get 200 more initiative. You get... They nerfed the stats by 10. You get 5% crit. That was not there. So if we look at the items, this is a chance intelligence set. Maybe it combines well with other chance intelligence sets. I don't know, but the fact that it gives res, I think it's to compensate that the ring, both the ring and the hat, do not give any resistances. So maybe it's to make this set more viable for PvP. Age-old set. That's a set that everyone wants it to work, but it doesn't work. It's mostly for intelligence. They buffed the crit damage by 5. They gave it agility, 30 agility for 3 items. That was not there. They gave it 20 heals. I think it's not enough to make it playable. You're gonna find better items than that. It's just not enough. Next, Servitude set. Ooh, it gives an AP. It used to give an MP, so having an AP is nice. And it now gives 50 chance extra. this is really nice for chance. The items were already not bad, the set was already good, but I get that they're buffing it because other chance sets were already superior. So this is a good way to promote this set, I guess. But I find it funny because chance sets are already really, really strong in this game. So the fact that they're buffing this one, I don't know, it's kind of weird. So yeah, having an AP on this, really nice. Okay, Lunar Set, that's a set that I think it's a weird set. Because, like, the amulet... Wait, no, what is it? Okay, never mind. It's a set that gives power. So it's, I guess, used for multi-element. Aha. So now, equipping this this full set gives you an AP that was not there before at all. It now gives 100 power, which was not there at all. It gives 1000 initiative, again, was not there. So before you only had 1 range, you had 10 dodge, which is now 30 dodge. And you had 5 MP and AP reduction, which is now bumped to 30. So this is a gigantic buff for this set. I think it's going to be used, definitely. Because 30 AP and MP reduction is huge. The fact you have an AP makes it finally viable. You can get to 11 AP, well, more easily now. If not 12 AP, if you find a way to combine it with other items. This is the new interesting set. And the items also give... Well, this one gives MP reduction, this one gives AP reduction. This one gives both. So maybe a set that removes both AP and MP. Interesting. Hopper could make use of it. With Quadramental Current, maybe? Or just combining different elements. Or there's other classes that can reap both. Like Trough can reap both AP and MP. And this is a multi-element set, so like any spell you use with any element will deal damage. It gives a range as well, so it's meant to hit from a distance. I like this set now. That's the Lunar Set. The Chocomancer set was mostly used... Well, the shield could have been interesting. Like, these are sets that you look at when you're building different sets, but you want the items to fit, but they don't. For this set, for 3 items, it used to give 1 MP, now it gives an AP. So now it fits better. It gives 10 more power than before. It gives 200 bit more than before, which is a big buff. This set is meant for you to tank, basically. To go in melee and tank. The shield gives a lock. It gives a range resistance. You can hit in melee because your melee damage is not affected by the shield, even though it's not buffed. If you look at the stats given by the items, I guess you're meant to play it multi-element because each item gives stats in a different element. But you get a lot of lock with this set. So maybe it's a good set to lock enemies, even though you can't really use Jessica belts because of this belt. I don't know, but the fact that the full set gives an AP is more interesting. I'm almost done with the sets. Okay. That full. So in this set, the boots and the hat, I see them being used in different sets, not together though. So this hat is usually used in a strength set, like on IOP or something. These boots, I see them used in PvP because of the resistances. But now if you're trying to use the full set, which gives strength and chance, the 3 items gives more stats, so 40 stats in each element. It was not there. And you get 10 dodge, but you lose 10 lock. So it's basically just a stat buff if you want to use the full set. I think now that's like the 3rd set that gives strength and chance that hasn't been buffed, because no one plays that. Putrid Eye. So this set has been buffed. It gives a 1 range now. But the vitality buff is gone. It used to give 150 vit. Instead, you get 15 dodge and 10 MP reduction. I'm not sure what this is gonna change. This is a multi-element set, except you're missing strength. For the Bleeding Heart set, which is like a very used set for strength crit, they added MP reduction to 3 items and to 2 items. That's the only change they did. And this was already a set that gave MP. Oh. The game just... What do you mean I've been inactive? Okay, the server just kicked me out. That's nice. Maybe some class changes are in line with the strength chance branch. Maybe. I haven't checked yet. Okay, I'm back. I was checking the Bleeding Heart set. So yeah, they added MP reduction. I was saying the items already gave MP reduction, but I think most people just ignored it and used the MP reduction line as sync to get better stats on the rest, because it's mostly a strength crit set. So they're trying to reinforce the MP reduction line on this set, so people actually play MP reduction, I guess. Alkasha set. That's a chance agility crit set. The cape is often used for the class cannon multi-crit set. So the full bonus has not changed much actually. They just added AP reduction. Yeah, I guess no one was using it for AP reduction, so they're trying to add it. Next. Octo set. That's a set for strength AP reduction. Well, it gives strength and agility. It's used mostly on Feka. The AP reduction is increased by 5, and you get 10 lock. A small buff. Just a small buff. Which doesn't hurt. They nerfed AP reduction spells, so I guess this is a good small buff. Cat's Eye Set. Cat's Eye Set is a fun set that everyone, well, I'm gonna speak for myself, that I always wanted to play, but it's not really viable. So they actually buffed every stat by 10. And they added 12% crit, which was not there at all. So let's see, did the items give crit before? They did, so every item did give a bit of crits. Now they're adding 12% crit to the whole set, so since there's 3 items, that's like adding 4% crit to every item. So it's as if every item gives you 8% crit. It's kind of cool. So that's maybe another variant of the multi-element crit set. The only thing I think they should have added is critical damage in the bonus. But yeah. So that's the Cat's Eye set. Now the Harpy set. Yeah, that's a weird set. Okay, so the bonus of this set used to be only 1 MP and 1 AP. And the reason for that is because I thought the amulet did not give an AP, but it does. So I think, yeah, it's okay. So it's because the amulet does not give any stats. Neither does the boots. But now, from the set bonus, you get 2 AP instead of 1. You get like everything else that's here, except the AP and MP. This is all new, so you get AP, a lot of AP parry, a lot of dodge, a lot of block, MP parry as well, heals, you get a range, you get a summons. They really put everything in there. But still, you're not gonna hit a lot with this set, because the boots and the amulet do not give any stats. So I'm thinking maybe they added an AP so that maybe you don't use an ochre or you don't use a shaker. So that you can use maybe another pro key slot to compensate not having stats. But this is not a tank set anyways, so you want to have stats when playing this. Not sure where this brings the set. I know it's easy to get range because the amulet gives you range, and the set bonus also gives range now. Not sure what this set is supposed to be used for, but it's interesting. Some people are having issues connecting to the beta because of the anti-cheat. I know that someone said if you refuse to allow anti-cheat to like access your computer, because when you launch it, you're supposed to have a pop-up from anti-cheat. If you press no, then I think you're just stuck. I don't really know the solution yet. But also other people have said that like they did not get the pop-up at all. So I don't know what's the solution. Okay, let's look at the Wrestler set. So this set is supposed to give strength, intelligence, and agility on all 3 items. The set bonus used to give these stats as well, but only 30. Now it gives 60. The AP was already there. It used to give 100 vit. Now it gives 400 vit extra. 1000 initiative. That was not there at all. And you now get 40 luck. That's really big buff. Like getting 400 extra vit from nowhere really puts you high in vitality. It's almost as if you can go full stats, I mean full points, full characteristic points in your, like in the elements, and not have to worry about not having vitality, because you did, yeah, so you don't have to invest any point in vitality and you still have very decent vitality. I think this is a nice thing that they're doing, because when you're playing multi-element, you're like spending all your points on different stats, and you don't really have any points left to put in vitality. Whereas playing mono-element, you would have points for vitality. I'm speaking mostly for PvP here, because in PvM, if you're playing Glass Cannon, or even if you don't play Glass Cannon, you don't even have to put points in vitality. You'll be fine in most cases. But yeah, I think this is a good way to bring the set, bring the attention of people to this set. This is also a hat, boots, and ring set, so you still have space for like a cape, an amulet, a belt. It's like a set that uses these elements, or these items. Could be interesting. That's a set that I never look at. Queen of Thieves. So this set is used, I wouldn't say a lot, but there's people using this, mostly for the fixed damage. Like rogues, for example. The thing with this set is that pieces give different elements. So yeah, the boots give chance agility, the belt gives strength chance, and the hat gives strength agility. So if you combine 2 items correctly, you could get like a mono element set that's pretty solid. And now it seems like for 3 items, they're buffing the fixed damage by 5. They're also buffing the stats a little bit. So like 10 strength extra, 10 agility extra, and 10 extra chance. So it looks like they're trying to make people play the full set instead of just 2 pieces, which might work. But the 2 set bonus did not change, I don't think. Yeah, it's still the same. Yeah, the crit res increased by 5 here. Oh, you're saying people played chance crit set with this? Yeah, I didn't notice that it gives crit percentage. Interesting. Gain set is next. The gain set is a strength intelligence set. They added 30 crit damage. It was only 10 before. That's a huge buff. But they're not... Like, the issue here is that they're not adding crit percent in the set bonus. Because I think the issue with this set is that it doesn't give enough crit percentage. Yeah, you see this amulet does not give any crit percentage. Neither does the belt. Only the hat with 3%. So, like, it doesn't matter if you increase the crit damage. No one's gonna play this. I think that's a bit of a fail. Boobatron set. From the Boobatron set, I used to only use the amulet for agility crit. Where is it? So this amulet, because it's good because it gives 100 agility and 4% crit. It's like one of the few agility items that gave crit and crit damage back in the days. And now, well, first of all, the whole set gives agility and crit percent. But now they're adding 8% crit to the full bonus set, which is really nice. But you lose 1 range again, so it's not good for classes that need range. This looks viable for, again, Sacrir, IOP, that want to play agility crit. Maybe this works well with Alistair set. So yeah, they just added crit percent. And they removed the range. If I look quickly, Alistair set is rain boots and hat. So the hat, you're gonna have to sacrifice the hat somewhere. But at least the 2 item bonus here still gives 8% crit. So you could combine Alistair with Boobatron. Maybe use Boobatron Amulet, Boobatron Sword, and then the rest you just fill with Alistair. Yeah, exactly. Because you have Alistair Hat instead of Boobatron Mask. I think that could be interesting crit, agility crit set. Almost done. Next up is Sinistrofu. Sinistrofu is a fully chance set. The boots are really used for PvP, even in sets that don't use the cape or the amulet. Let's see. They nerfed the crit res on that set, but they gave it 20 fixed fire resistance. They gave it heals, and they gave it 150 vit. Okay. The thing is now there's so many interesting chance sets that I don't know if this is going to be interesting to play. The buffs given are not really interesting. Well, compared to before. You do get more vitality. Maybe that's nice. The possessed set. That's a huge set for pushback damage. looks like they only buffed agility and strength by 10. Nothing else changed, so it's a small buff, but it's appreciated. Pandemonium set. I hope there's no nerf here because this is used on a Stram set. And it's not cool to have a set become obsolete. What is it called? Okay, nice. It's actually a buff. You get 20 more strength. You get 20 more heals. Again, the only classes that are gonna use the heals is either Aniripsa or Foggernaut's Lifesaver. But apart from that, they buffed the dodge a bit. So this is just a small buff of 20 strength and 5 dodge. And 20 heals. Okay, so I'm done with checking all the set bonuses. So it looks like they also changed the War Axe. Okay, so what's different with the War Axe? So now if you're in close contact with an enemy at the start of their turn, you get 20 MP reduction. Wait, no. At the start of your turn, you get 20 MP reduction. And if not, you get 30 lock. That's still the same. The difference is that when you kill an opponent with direct damage, you get 1 MP until the end of the fight. Yeah, I don't see the difference. When the Bearer of War's Hallback kills an enemy while being carried, the MP bonus infinite is now properly applied to the Bearer. Okay, so it's just a fix when you're carried by a panda. So that's not really a new thing. We've seen this. They've changed the recipes. They added a new inventory slot for soul stones and capturing nets. What this means is that you don't have to remove your weapon to capture a group of monsters, which is really cool. That's the new slot. It seems like you can even equip many stones at the same time. It's just weird that it doesn't all stack. Also, looks like soul stones and capturing nets are now consumables and not equipments. Oh, okay, it does work. This is cool. You can keep your weapon. But what I want, and what I've been saying for like a long time, is that they should do the same thing, like add a new slot, but for legendary pets, so that instead of having, like for your pet, if you want it to be legendary and have an effect, instead of having to give it the croquette, the infused croquette, you just put the infused croquette in that slot, that new slot, and then if your pet has the legendary effect, then it will inherit from this infused croquette. So that way you don't have to buy like a lot of the same pets just to have different effects. This is something I really want them to do. It will only do good for the game. They added new pets mounts. So let's check the pets mount that they added. Oh my god, someone dropped a lot of protects. So there's a pods pets mounts, which is actually super cool because now you can GPS with a pod set without having to change your pet. I'm definitely going to buy this and level it to the max. That's probably the best pod pet you can have. I mean, it can go underwater, but you never, like most of the time, a pod set is not to go underwater. So this is, in my opinion, the best pods pet slash pets mount. Just for GPS. Next pet gives MP parry in initiative. It might be good for PvP, I'm not sure. Maybe if some 1v1 tryhards want to tell me. This thing gives crit percentage in strength. That's an interesting combination. Do they have one for each element? Yeah, they do. So now there's 4 new pets mounts that give crit percent and stats in every element. I want to know up to how much stats you can get with it. So I'll just level one quickly. Can I even feed my pets? Or is it bugged? Yeah, it doesn't seem to work. But I can still see that it gives me 122 agility. Or actually, it gives me 120 agility and 15% crit. So this could be an interesting variant. The snail mate. But then again, like most of the time, snail mate is going to be more interesting. Because you want the crit damage more than the stats. So what they could do to make it an interesting variant to snail mate is give it even more crit percent. So maybe 20 crit percent or a lot more stats. 150 stats maybe. But I think snail mate is going to be more interesting. It's 40 crit damage. Because if you want 15% crit, you're going to play crit anyways, so you want crit damage. In general, I think crit damage is going to give you more damage on your spells than 120 agility. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Yeah, I think it needs more stats to be competitive. Yeah, I can turn off creature. So we can check how the mount looks. I know my skin is pretty weird. Let me remove that. I'm supposed to have all my items, but I don't. This is my pod set. Yeah, it's just fully bugged. It's still the first day of the beta, so I guess give them more time. I'm wearing the pet's mount right now, but it's not showing. And I can't even level it up. So there's still a few bugs on the first day of beta. So the next thing... Oh, vampire mask and cape can now be maged. Not sure what these items are. Vampire mask. Okay. So this, yeah, okay. No one cares. Okay, so I I went into a big chunk of the changelog. Well, most of it was set bonuses. I'm gonna take a little 10-minute break, and then I'll continue. Check out fights, monsters, achievements, challenges, quests, and dreams, Christmas, miscellaneous, and then classes. I think it's gonna be fast though, because most of it I'm not gonna have. I'm just gonna read quickly. Not really going to test it in game. But I'm interested to see what they did with classes. So 10-minute break, BRB. I'm back. So, let's continue. So we left off at heights. They fixed preview and pushing, so that's a bug fix. Another bug fix for when you're playing Panda and lifting a sidekick. They've modified modifiers in dimensions. I guess they have new icons. So most of it is bug fixing, I guess, which is always good. So in terms of monsters, they nerfed Funoroshi again. So it's easier. He doesn't one-shot on turn 1 if you don't take a blue glyph. Actually, if you don't remove a flame. And after you extinguish every flame, they stay extinguished for 2 more turns. I think there's an achievement. I think the special achievement is that flames should not come back after they're extinguished, so maybe it's easier to do special. So for Barrel Bell, they nerfed her HP. That's good, because it was... I mean, the dungeon is not extremely hard for... Well, it's not... I guess it's just in the hard category for level 200. But it's supposed to be, I guess, easier because you're higher than level 200. But the fact that they're nerfing it makes it... It makes sense. Because it's not even a level 200 dungeon. So Bethel... You can now control the Dagon. That's really cool. That's amazing, actually. I feel like the game is getting easier and easier, nerfing bosses, controlling NPCs, and getting stronger sets. Yes and no. Because they are nerfing some bosses. But again, they're nerfing classes as well. You have to remember that. And a lot of the new dungeons that they release, they're like harder and harder. So I think it's not that the game is not that easy. It's not getting easier. I wouldn't say that. I think it's just getting more balanced, because Funoroshi is a like what, level 140 dungeon, and if you're actually at level 140, it's like super hard to run. So I think they're like, these two at least, they're just being balanced to their actual level. Bethel, yes, it's getting easier because you can control the Dagon or the dragon. Servitude, triggering second threshold effects at 1 HP now applies only when the first threshold has been activated. What does that mean? Does that mean you can't like just skip the whole thing in one shot? Is this game still pay to play? Yeah, pretty much. Like, you can play without a subscription, but it's extremely limited, and you like after level 6, I think level 60, you can't, like, you're stuck, you can't level up more, and you can only stay in the Astrip, like a small zone. You can't do much without being subscribed. No, it's not like Wakfu. Wakfu, you can actually play the game without being subbed, without having a booster. But in Dofus, you really need a subscription because you're not going to enjoy the game without it. And even if you want to play the Draconeros server, the mono account server, it's mandatory for you to have a subscription. But I would say if you're able to get in the server without a subscription, I'd say that you can easily grind enough commas to buy a subscription with commas without being subscribed. You just have to grind it. No, you have to pay. Like, a subscription is time-based, so it's going to expire at some point. You can buy either 7 days, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, or a year. So you have to renew it every time. But you don't have to pay real money if you play enough. You can buy it with commas. You trade with O-Greens, and you can buy your subscription that way. So yeah, Servitude, I'm not sure what this means. Is it maybe a nerf for Traps Rams? I'm not exactly sure what this means. If maybe someone knows. Poison Amy? That's an extremely hard bounty, especially for its level. Even a full team of level 200s can struggle on this. They're nerfing it, which is good. So she has a little bit less health points. She has less resistances. And she reflects less damage. This is really needed. And it might need to nerf it even more, to be honest, because for its level, it's not balanced at all. Dharma is another bounty. I think it's fine though. They are also nerfing the Funaroshi mobs. And what is it called? Magic Rictus mobs as well. Olgoth, that's a war mob. This is just bug fixes. And they're adding monsters to the Bruce Bulgur area. Let me check that real quick. The data is so laggy. Yeah. There's more mobs in this zone. Oh, but they moved the mushroom mobs somewhere else. Yeah, they moved them to the edge of the evil forest. Okay. So achievements. This is a fix. This is also just quality of life improvement. Another fix. Fixes to challenges. Or new mechanics to challenges. Okay. So we now have 3 new quests added to the game in connection with the Treeknid narrative arc. And within these quests, like after completing these quests, we now have a new Dofus, which is called the Sylvan Dofus, which is unlocked at the end. So let's check it out, the Sylvan Dofus. I think we've seen it before in the live stream that Ankama made. Let's see if they change anything from it. So the item gives 2 range. It's a Dofus egg that gives 2 range, and for every MP used, you gain 8 power for 2 turns. You can stack it 20 times. So the max power you can get is 20 times 8 times. Wait. Yeah, it's 20 times 8. So 160 power. And if you don't use any MP, then you are healed 10% of your HP at the end of your turn. I wonder if this is 10% of your current HP or 10% of your max HP. And this is a big difference. If it's your current HP, I think this is actually a balanced egg. If it's your max HP, I think this is going to be very strong for tanks. I'd have to test it. I wanted to test this with my Sire set, but I don't have my items on me. I don't know where they're gone. Yeah, they're not on my craw. Maybe my SRAM. I really think I put all my items in the Haven bag, and then Ankama did not transfer the Haven bag contents to the beta server, so I just lost everything. I know you can get like any item you want from NPCs on the beta, but they're not maged. And you can mage them, but it takes time. So maybe like to test the new classes, well, the new changes to classes, maybe like I'll have to mage the new sets offline, because it takes time. But yeah, this would be cool to test. Actually, yeah, I don't have my Crocober, so I can't test this alone. Or I can, but I have to go fight mobs. Just keep going and reading the changelog. So you can now control... Oops. So you can now control a lot of NPCs in quest fights, like Barnaby. That's cool. Wait, Barnaby? You could already control the 3 classes that you summon. Oh, Barnaby is like the little pig. You can control him. Okay, that's nice. So he doesn't rush into his death. That's for the Volbis Dofus, by the way. It's a prerequisite. Let's see, do I recognize anything else? Pandora was problematic. You can now control her. This is a huge modification. So yes, a lot of quest fights are now way easier because of this. That you can control the NPCs that play with you. Especially when these NPCs like make the fight harder, because if they die then you lose. So it was either give us either give us the chance to control them, or it was another solution they could have found is allow them to die and not end the fight. But maybe it doesn't work with the lore. I don't really read quests. And all these recruits, if you don't know what they are, basically in vigilante quests, in the vigilante base, you fight a bunch of bounties, and you get a recruit that you have to carry through every fight. And if they die, you lose. And a lot of them used to rush and do like random or ruin your fights. So it's nice that you can control them. The rest, I think Zhang Zhang is from the Pandela quest. I don't really remember the rest, but it's cool. You can now use sidekicks against Ganymede. That's also that also makes the like quests way easier. This is for Volbus as well. They're increasing drop rates for some quests. Drop rate increased for a Crocusco quest. I don't really remember the other quests. Yeah. So we now get to Infinite Dreams. I think it's a bunch of fixes. Oh, this is very good. So for Legendary Crackless Nightmare, that was a hard nightmare. Forgot exactly what it is, but I remember that enemies were hitting their own allies and it buffed them like crazy, which made the room kind of impossible. So this is a fix that enemies hitting other enemies does not buff the nightmare. So Christmas, this is the event, the Christmas event island. They said earlier that some pet mounts are, you can get them from this island, so it might be very expensive because you can only get them during an event. But they're also adding other items, looks like a title. That you can trade for chocolate commas. So by doing quests on that island. They added an anti-cheat measure to the game. And now you will get apparently a new pop-up every time you open the game. Oh yes, I read that. Okay, this is cool actually. Let me just verify. So feeding a mount is supposed to be, or a pet, is supposed to be less expensive now because apparently you don't need to give them as much XP to bring them to level 100. And also, the croquettes are supposed to give more XP. Okay, doesn't seem like they changed it in game. Maybe if I try another pet. Okay. The multiplier bonus when giving resources to add experience has been changed from 5 to 7.5. Okay, so this is not the croquette, this is like any resource. If you want to feed your pets like the hard way. The thresholds in the experience formula have been shifted to remove the last level. So now the total XP you need to bring a pet to level 100 is 179,000 instead of 196,000. I don't see that on the beta yet, but maybe they're going to fix it. They added new crops, so like you have more hemp, cobalt, and elm in the game. And you can now get gold heart cosmetic items from fighting monsters, but we don't know which monsters. So we now get to classes. I have to say I did not play Eniripsa a lot, the new Eniripsa, so I don't really know what has changed. But I can go quickly over everything. So the summon has less HP. You can now target the Koni. Not just vials. You can target the Koni to apply encouragement and mockeries around it. Vials do not count as summons. You can consume a vial from a distance. So it looks like they're buffing gameplay around vials. Yeah, I don't play enough Eniripsa to understand everything. You get more dodge. Healing changes as the spell ranks up. So this is for progression. But in general, you actually get 2% more healing with Word of Youth. MP parry penalty is nerfed. So there's a bunch of nerfs and buffs. They removed Rallying Word completely. So this probably means that they added a new spell somewhere. I think the pushback, the strength pushback build might be more playable depending on what they did. I remember being like a bit clunky when I played it. It's like you can push, but you can't push a lot. The damage is not great. So maybe they're trying to make strength pushback more interesting on Eniripsa. Okay, so here's the new spell. Inflict water damage on enemies or heal allies. And entities that attack the targeted enemy are healed for some of the damage inflicted. So we already have a spell that works the same on like any trough. I think. Yeah, any trough. Or Sacrier has that as well. So now any Ripsa has that as well. Alright, so let's move on to Masquerader. The reduction of damage suffered by the caster has been removed. Okay. So you now apply a shield around the caster instead with the Tireless Mask. Okay, interesting. So now you give shield points instead of damage reduced. Which does make sense. It's more in line with the Masquerader. Because Mask gives shield points and Feka gives reduction of damage suffered. They're nerfing the Historical Mask, pushing 2 cells to 1 cell. They increased the dodge bonus on Armature. Are there any important changes? Like, game-changing changes? They're moving variants around. And yeah, kind of like in Ripsa, I don't play Masquerader a lot. So I don't know all the variants by heart. So if there's anyone who mains in Ripsa or Masquerader, can tell me like if there's any big changes, that would be appreciated. Oh wow, so with Masquerade you can now, you have a new kind of mobility spell. If you cast it on yourself, you can switch places with the Grimacing Mask. So this is like a whole new way of playing the Grimacing Mask. Because you can teleport with it, but switch places with it. That's really cool. This might even make Masquerader a good class for soloing dungeons in PvM. Because this mobility spell is insane. You can put your mask at the other end of the map and just out of nowhere teleport with it, but switch with it. I think this is pretty cool. Very cool, actually. Oh, okay. So they're making the gameplay around the Grimacing Mask more interesting. You can now buff it in different ways when you change masks. Wait, what? If you summon the Grimacing Mask on an empty space when the mask is alive, the mask is teleported to the target cell. Okay, yeah, so instead of killing it and resummoning it with full HP, you now only teleport it. So this is a nerf. I don't know why they're saying buff. Is it a buff because you can teleport it without the cooldown being... Oh, without there being a cooldown after you summon it. I guess that's why. Yeah, exactly. There's no cooldown when you summon the mask. But when it dies, then there's a cooldown. 3 turns. So while it's alive, you can teleport it anywhere. That's really cool, actually. Distance is now modifiable range, so you can push from far. That might make Chance Masquerader a good soloing class, because you can push from really far if you have range, and you can swap with your mask from really far away as well. Okay, so let's look at Hyper Mage. They moved variants around, and they said in the changelog, well, the dev blog before, they're doing this to make every element playable with all their spells in the same kit if you're playing mono element. So if you're playing Chance, for example, you have all your Chance spells available at the same time. But on 2 AP spells, they removed the Health Steal. So that's a huge nerf. But to compensate, they increased the damage. So this is Hurricane. This is a 2 AP agility spell. The damage is increased not by a lot, just a little bit. And the lifesteal is removed. They're also moving spells like on different class items. So if there's any Hyper main who's like looking at the class items and finds a good combo, feel free to share. They nerfed Astral Blade's range bonus to... No, actually they buffed it to 2 turns instead of 1. That's cool. So maybe more people use it on their allies to buff their range. And it doesn't have minimum range anymore. You can use it in melee, so that might make melee Hyper more playable. For agility at least. And very small nerf for the max range. Comet is now the variant of Deflagration, so they actually moved spells more than I thought. I want to look at the kit in-game. I thought they were only going to move the 2 AP variants around. Oh, we can already see the new color system. There's red. If you go completely up here, you can see that red is fire. Okay, so you can have multiple colors at the same time. So this is like fire and chance because it has red and blue. This is fire and agility because it has red and green. So this is really cool, actually. Super cool. It makes it way easier to learn Hyper Mage. Just have the spells on your bar, and you know what elements they deal. Oh. I wonder if they made it so that you can know the order of the elements just by looking at the colors. Doesn't look like it. This is air, earth. So is it like outside color and then inside color? No, it's not, because this is water, fire. This is inside, outside. So maybe there's improvements there. But if you look at Deflagration, it's now the variant of Comet. Which means, I think it was the variant of Sunlance? No. It was a variant of something else. Okay, Deflagration was the variant of Flood. Whoa, this is huge. So you can now debuff and use Flood at the same time. This is epic for the Sire set, because you want to have mobility, but at the same time you don't want to sacrifice debuff. So you can now have both at the same time. Losing Astral Blades is not that big of a deal. Same for Comet. This is a huge buff in terms of variance. At least in my opinion. I go back down to Hyper Mage. Oh. Hey there, Savad. So Savad is saying you can run all water and fire spells together and all air and earth spells together. Wow, this is insane. So yeah, you can actually. Because there's no spells that have variance between... You never have to choose between water and fire or between air and earth for the same spell variance. So what that means is that not only mono element is better, because you can play all your spells, but also bi-element is also better because you can use all your spells from 2 elements. And multi-element is, I guess it's still fine. I know they changed Arcane Torrent. I want to see what they did. You now crit with Arcane Torrent. It's at 5% crit. Circle of 2 cells, that did not change. Straight line. So what changed exactly? The damage seems the same. The mechanic is the same. Spell damage increases with each elemental combination created. Maybe the amount of damage increased is different. I don't really have the value. The thing is, they added a cooldown, and they even made it a global cooldown, which was not there before. Arcane Torrent is 3-turn CD from 2 turns. Oh, was there a 2-turn CD? Oh yes, there was a 2-turn CD. So now the cooldown is 3 turns. It's global, so if you have multiple Hyper Mages in the same team, they take a hit. Well, if they're playing Arcane Torrent, both of them. But I think that's good because it makes them, like, one of them play Tribute, which is also a very good spell, and one of them play Arcane Torrent. So one is more focused on damage and the other on improving his own stats. So the global CD is not really a problem, but the range, it says 8 range on the beta, and the range in before the beta was 6 range, so now you have an increase of 2 range. And now it can crit. So to me, this is a buff for Arcane Torrent. I don't think I missed something. all the air spells can be used in melee. That's pretty huge. Like Transfixing Gust, it had a weird diagonal. Oh wait, it's still a diagonal casting. Can you actually use it in melee? No, you can't. So that's an air spell you can't use in melee because obviously you can only cast it diagonal. I think they should maybe add like linear to this spell. I mean, you do get melee damage if you're next to the enemy, but still. Oh, I see. So Transfixing Gust was minimum two cells in diagonal, so now it's closer. So it is still a buff. So what else? Stalactite. Same thing. Hellsteel is gone, but deals a bit more damage. Blood is the variant of Astral Blade. So now you can't play Flood and Astral Blade at the same time. Not really a big deal. Telluric Blade buffs crits less than before. 5% less. But to be honest, I never really saw anyone playing with that. Well, at least to buff their allies crits. But maybe because now it's the last 2 turns, again, you'll see more people do it. It's actually a huge buff, so maybe we see more hoppers buffing their allies. Storm also gets minimum range buff, so you can use it in melee. Sunlance is a variant of Striking Meteor. Not a big deal, in my opinion. Journey is buffed to 20% crit, so you're gonna crit a lot more than before. It's cool. And yeah, as I said, cooldown period is increased for Arcane Torrent. It has a global CD, but the maximum range is increased. I think this is, and you can crit. So this is, I think this is a good buff for Arcane Torrent, at least compared to the version that it was, well, that it is right now. This is a buff. Even though it's not a huge buff, it's still a buff in my opinion. And it makes sense that you don't want like many Hyper Mages in the same team just spamming the same spell. It encourages people to play different classes, which is the point of the game. We're having a good team. Now we get to Sacrir. Did I miss anything? It doesn't note it, but AoE Air Lifesteal does not hit yourself. I don't understand what you mean, Savad. The biggest benefit for tanking is that you can now run Comet, Flood, Icy Shards, and Sunlance all at once, which are all very good mobility spells. That's a good point. Especially since Comet you can now use in melee. Could you do that before? Yeah, you could not. Comet was minimum 2 range, so now it's 1 range. You can push yourself from an enemy in melee. That's huge. AoE air used to not have you in the AoE. At the 1 range, you are in the AoE, but it won't take damage. Okay, yeah. So you can run Comet, Blood, which is here. Icy Shards, pull enemies, and Sunlance all at once on the same kit. That's cool. Overall, I think this is good changes for Hyper Mage. Like, I know you lose a lifesteal on 2 AP spells and that hurts so much. Because for melee, like, what are you gonna use for melee now to heal up? You're gonna use the 3 AP variants instead of 2. I think, like, it's going to be played a lot more because of the lifesteal. And the damage is very good as well. Like 31 to 35 air steal on a 3 AP agility spell in AoE. It's very good. I think like people are gonna make the switch between 2 AP to 3 AP. Probably just for the lifesteal, because if you're playing melee, you want that lifesteal like so bad. Okay, now we get to Sacrier. Duration of the perfusion state is increased. Perfusion state, I think that's very, the spell that makes you heal your allies if you get hit. Just gonna check. Yeah, there's a perfusion spell. Oh, I didn't know that. If you pull an ally with attraction, you give them the perfusion state. Whoa. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. What that means is that if you, let's say if you pull an ally, then if you get hit, this ally gets healed a certain percentage. 30% of the damage that you receive. So pulling your allies is useful. And now they get this state for 2 turns instead of just 1. Fluctuation is 2 AP instead of 3. That's okay. This is really useful. When playing Sacrier, I always just think it's already 2 AP because this, like, that feels like what the AP cost is supposed to be. And then I would always like miscalculate and miscalculate my AP. But now that it's 2 AP, it's actually really cool. If you don't know, Fluctuation is a spell that buffs your MP based on your suffering. And it gives you unlockable states. Or unable to be locked. That's the same thing. It also gives MP to your sword if you're at suffering 6 or more. So yeah, this is really needed, in my opinion, 2 AP. Now Thorn Crown. There's a new way of using Thorn Crown, apparently. It applies a shield to the caster for every enemy adjacent to them. And you can get max 4% shields. Wait, what? 4% of your max HP as shields? I want to try that. So I feel like most of the time people use Pillory instead of Thorn Crown. Because Pillory gives you... what is it called? The unmovable state. And range resistance as well, which is useful. And Thorn Crown is often, like, forgotten. Or not played. So I wonder if this makes Thorn Crown more interesting. Because having a way to increase your shield points is pretty cool. Where is it? There. 5% of HP to shield. I think the description is not finalized. I'm gonna try it on like some PoEs. Yeah, it used to reflect. It still reflects. Thorn Crown spell still reflects damage suffered around you. It's just that now I think you can get shield points. Okay, so if I go here, let's say I push this guy next to me. Oh, okay, I didn't kill it. Perfect. So I have 3 enemies next to me. Let's use Thorn Crown. I get 174 shields. That's based on my max HP. Just calculate. My max HP is 1135. And what was the value? I think it's like 3%. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand how the values work. So I got 232 shield points. For having 4 mobs around me. Like, I don't know how it works. So it's 58 shield per monster. But that's because of my max HP. So is it like 4% of my max HP? I think so, approximately. Per monster around me. Oh, it's 5% it says on the spell. So yeah, if I do 5% of my max HP. Yeah, exactly. So it's 5% of my max HP per enemy next to me when I use Thorn Crown. That's cool. If you have... So the more HP you have, you can actually buff a lot of shield points per enemy next to you. The spell has a 3-turn cooldown. I think it's a great variant to Pillory. And you won't really be able to guess what variant the enemy Sakura is using in Colo, because both spells are really good. They added also another effect to Pillory. When the effects are removed, the caster is healed by 7% of their max HP. Wow, they're really buffing Sakura. But maybe they nerfed something else, I don't know. But, so now Pillory heals you if you lose the effects. Does it heal the ally that you cast the Pillory on, or does it only heal the caster? That's the question. So in game it says it heals 5% of max HP, but on the changelog it says 7%. I don't know what the actual value is going to be, but looks like the Sakura himself is going to be healed whenever Pillory runs out. Either running out on its own, or someone hitting the Pillory target in melee when the Sakura is lowered in suffering, 6 suffering. Penitence. What was that spell again? Penitence is like the spell to swap with allies. The variant is Sacrifice. It now has a new way of working. If you use it on an enemy, then when the enemy deals damage to you, they switch place with you. That's really cool. It's always, like, we always appreciate having new ways to use spells, new effects. Wow, that's insane actually. You could like use Penitence on a monster that hits from far, and then just run away. And if they hit you, you swap. But now you can't cast it under gravity. Punishment, I think no one really used. This is the variant of Mutilation. So it now works differently. It used to apply the gravity state on yourself. And, wait. No, it used to apply gravity state around the Sakura. And shield points on the Sakura. But now, it deals neutral damage to enemies based on the caster's remaining health. And applies the gravity state to targets. So it still applies gravity, but now the more HP you have, the more damage you deal with punishment to enemies around you. So 20% of your remaining health. So again, if you have a lot of HP as a Sakura, you can deal a lot of damage with this spell. Does it have a cooldown? Yeah, it has a 4-turn cooldown. So I guess it's kind of balanced. But to be the variant of Mutilation, is it worth it? Because with Mutilate... Wait, did it change Mutilation? No. So, I think Mutilation is still going to be the best spell. Because you can just get 1,200 shields at some point. Just keep getting shield and power from it. Yeah. Punishment did apply graph before. It still does. Stanag, if you want the patch note details, yeah, I'll send it again on the chat. This is like the first time they released the English patch notes at the same time as the French one, which is really surprising. Oh, you were thinking of, what is it called? Retribution? So what else? Transfusion deals neutral damage to enemies based on the caster's remaining health in the area of effect. So this spell did not do damage before. Transfusion was just a spell to give your HP to your allies. Was it single target though? It's an area of effect of 4 cells. Okay, it was already in AoE. So you can give your health points to your allies and at the same time deal damage to enemies. And if they have the perfusion state, if your allies have the perfusion state, you give them even more HP. That makes transfusion a very good variant to riposte, which is like almost always used to rush or get yourself out of a sticky situation. This is good. Nice change. Next. Clawbearing is the variant of excruciating pain. Two different. Okay, so they're moving variants around. I think they're doing this so that the Sacrer can now play more elements of this, well, more spells of the same element at the same time. Because excruciating pain is an agility. Yeah, exactly. So now you can play clobbering with nervousness. And probably they're gonna make it so that you can play immolation with excruciating pain. But this is really just like very good quality of life improvements. Not having to choose between two spells of the same element. Yeah, it's not ideal for Omni, but still, you can, as Omni, you can choose to play with any spell you want. Almost. So I think it's still fair. But really, when playing melee chance as a Sacre, I realized that like the spell options you have, it's not really cool. Kind of limited because you have to choose between clobbering and nervousness, and you have to choose between dissolution and stays. I wonder if they moved that as well. Dissolution and stays. No, it's still the same thing. But at least now you can play clobbering and nervousness. You're doing the same with strength and agility as well? That's really cool. So like, what is it? Is it hemorrhage and desolation? No, it's still like this. Oh, okay, so I'm guessing the lifesteal spells are still variants of each other. Otherwise, it would be kind of too strong maybe. But the spells that are non-lifesteal can now play together. Such as, for agility and strength, it would be like Gash and Decimation. I'm guessing you can play together. Exactly, Gash and Decimation. They're now not variants of each other anymore. Same for Fury and Carnage. I'm liking this. These are good changes. Absorption removes even more power than before, and it has more max range. A sack is going to be really fun to play. Aversion, you can use it 2 times per turn. Also insane. What's Devastate? Is that a mistranslation? I don't recall any spell being called Devastate. It's not a new spell. It's just a mistranslation. I'll open the French one quickly, just to know. So it's okay, so the spell is Ravages. So it's this. Just mistranslated. So the damages for this spell have been increased. Okay, I found that it already did a lot of damage, but now you can use it 2 times per turn, which is insane. You can like rush 2 targets at the same time. Well, yeah, so you rush on 1 target and then on another, or this. No, you can't use it on the same target twice, but it's really cool to use it 2 times per turn. Maybe you rush, you kill, like, to finish off a target, and then you can rush again on another target right after. So Sacrier in general, mostly buffs. I don't see any nerfs, but it feels good. Now we're at any trough. Lucky Shovel. I don't really know what the spell was before the nerf, the buff. I mean, if it's a buff, I don't know. Same thing with any trough. I don't really play it a lot. I'm gonna try to look it up. Okay, so Lucky Shovel was a summon. Oh, okay, so Lucky Shovel was the 2 AP summon that you could spawn anywhere, and if it dies, then it deals damage around it. And it gave like a random bonus at the start of each turn. Now it's different. Well, it's still buffs, but I think the bonuses are nerfed. Okay, so before it only stacked once, now it stacks 4 times. So this is why they're saying it's a new way that it works. So you can get up to 160 power and 40 of dodge, AP reduction, and MP reduction. So a good way to buff yourself. So it becomes better than the old spell after 3 turns of buffing. Vigilance, I really am not up to date with the current state of Vigilance. So yeah, I'm mostly going to skip over this quickly. There's a new way of working for Eclipse. Looks like they're buffing quite a few spells, like Elding, being able to cast at one cell. Maximum range for Slingshot increased. 2 times upheaval per turn. Looks like they're buffing it. Maybe they nerfed it too hard last time. Yeah, I see a lot of buffs. For Uginak. Snuggletooth, which was barely played, I think. They buffed it to give more healing. Is Panic different? I think Panic used to only push a single target. Oh no. Yeah, I don't see the difference. On the prey, it repels all entities around the prey. Yeah, I don't see the difference. They nerfed dodginess, so now Von's less than before. They nerfed the damage on stripping. In my opinion, they're nerfing too much on Uginak. Because the stripping has already been nerfed like so many times. And I think it's in a good spot at the moment, so I don't agree with this. Beaten small buffs. Osamodas, I'm totally going to skip on everything because I know, like, I'm really not up to date with the class at all. They keep changing Osamodas so many times that I have no idea where it's at. So Zeller, I think they made interesting changes. They changed the way conservation works, which is a spell I think no one used. Conservation is the variant of Haziness. So Haziness, the spell that gives you AP. Well, removes AP and then on next turn gives AP. The variant is Conservation. And Conservation is supposed to do like the same thing as Haziness, but instead of AP, it's like final damage inflicted. So like it's supposed to reduce the final damage inflicted right away. Then on the next turn, reduce the final damage suffered. And now it's different on enemies or allies, I think. Yeah, okay, so the effect is different on the allies and enemies. And the CD is lessened. I think still no one's gonna use it because Haziness is way better. You get AP. They nerfed the damage from Souvenir, which was not needed in my opinion. Oh, okay, but they made it 3 AP. I guess that's fine. Gear is now 4 AP. But they increased the damage. And it has more range. Shadowy Beam is now 2 AP, which is interesting. You now have more, more options, I guess, more combos. Shadowy Beam is like the AoE strength spell. 2 AP is really nice, even if they nerf the damage a little bit. That's a lot of damage for 2 AP. And I think it's in AoE. Yeah, it's a circle of 2 cells. Wait, no. Is it? I need to check. Yeah, it's a 2 cell circle. So it's an AoE damage spell for 2 AP. Modifiable range. 26 to 29 damage. This is a crazy good spell. It's a good variant to start Dark Ray, I'd say. Oh, I guess Shadowy Beam is like single target spell on targets without the Telefrag state, and then if they have the Telefrag state, then it's an AoE spell. I see. Drying Up is like a bigger fulminating arrow now. It rebounds in a 4 cell circle instead of 2. That's a nice buff. The damage from Sandglass is increased as well. Why not? Disruption. Wait, what? Why did they nerf Disruption? Disruption was supposed to teleport to the other side. But now... I'm not sure I understand. And especially they're saying it's a buff. Maybe it's a mistranslation, it's another spell? I don't know. Let's move on. SRAM. How many classes are left? Okay. Like 5. The final damage bonus has increased from this passive. This is like when the SRAM comes out of invisibility. Instead of 10% final damage for the first hit you do, it's 20%. This is huge. Damage from these 3 traps does not decrease with the distance. So apparently, I guess this is just a fix. Because they're AoE traps, and the damage on the sides of the trap were lower than the middle. And now it's the same everywhere, so this is a buff. So the trap sets are going, like trap SRAMs are going to hit harder than before. The damage from the plotter has decreased. The plot bonus damage. Wait, what? You can use plot on an enemy now and it removes damage and dodge. Okay, this is a huge buff. Especially if it's still 2 AP. Just for 2 AP you can remove dodge and damage from an enemy for 2 turns. That's huge. The damage on Insidious Poison increased. What's Insidious Poison again? Is it the poison that no one plays? No, it's the... What? The poison that everyone plays. This Toxine's not even good. So this is a buff to Agility's Poison SRAM. They increase the poison damage. They increase the chance Larceny spell to 4 range. That's nice. And Jinx has an additional feature. Wait, what? So Jinx, what it used to do, is that it makes you hit the lowest damage possible. Like when you use it on an enemy, it makes them hit the lowest, get the lowest roll. I forgot if it removes their ability to crit. I don't remember. And it also steals HP. It deals damage. Now it says that the Jinx state lasts for 2 turns. I think that's the buff. It was 1 turn. And there's no CD as well. Wait, what? So there's no CD on it? So Chance SRAM is going to be a lot stronger. Yeah, once per turn, but there's no CD. I think that's pretty cool. So Eliotrope, let's see. Do they buff it again? Neutral, you can use it on 0 cell. So that means you could put a portal under yourself? No way. Oh no, never mind. Neutral is to close a portal. So you can close a portal under yourself. That makes sense. That's cool as well. Distribution. That's a fix, I guess. That's also a fix. That's a fix as well. They nerfed the healing from healing. Well, from the healing spell. Just 2% nerf. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, but then it only costs 3 AP, so that's actually a buff in my opinion. Conflagration can be cast 0. What's Conflagration again? It can already be cast at 0. So, oh no, never mind. I'm on the beta. So you can heal yourself with Conflagration. But couldn't you already do that? So it's the variant of Focus, which gives power. It was 1 to 5 range, now it's 0 to 5 range. But it was AoE anyways. But now I guess it's just quality of life improvement. You can use it on the cell under yourself. The heal from mutual assistance is nerfed. And it stacks less than before. This is the AP spell when you take a portal. Pushback no longer happens if the insult spell is cast through a portal. And they're saying that's a buff. I think that's a nerf. Because if you're playing agility pushback, then you can't push the enemy through a portal using this spell. If you're not playing pushback, then it just gives you another way of using the spell. I think this can be a nerf for agility pushback Elio. They nerfed the damage on Sinecure, that makes sense. And they nerfed the max range, which also makes sense because it was too strong. Offense now works differently. Let's see what it was. So it just dealt fire damage before for 4 AP. And now it's an AoE spell, which it wasn't before. It deals fire damage without affecting the caster. And if you cast it through a portal, then it's not AoE anymore. The spell description on the beta is not right. Okay. Next we have Craw. The MP steal is applied before the damage. So this is like a buff if you're going to kill the target anyways with your hit. You can steal MP from it before it dies. And you can also steal 3 times instead of 2. Striking arrow damage does not affect allies anymore. That's really cool actually. Because... wait, did it actually affect allies? I didn't know that. Oh, maybe that means like... yeah, it actually, yeah, it did affect allies, I remember. So now you can't deal damage to your allies anymore using Striking Arrow, which makes sense because it's meant to be used on allies if you wanted to like explode around the ally. So I have IOP, Sedida left. So here we're missing the spell name. I'm guessing, yeah, it's the strategist. The effect applies to weapon damage. That's new, and it also applies when the strategist dies, which is, it makes sense. It's cool. Duel is nerfed. Now costs 4 AP instead of 3. It makes sense. Duel is a really, really strong spell. Especially because I think right now it doesn't remove MP from yourself. Or does it? No, that's grip. But it gives you like a bastion. It gives you distance invulnerability. That's why it's so strong. Yeah. Duel is 4 AP now. So maybe grip is a more interesting variant sometimes. What else? Precipitation. The hasty state is gone. So you can now use precipitation and then your weapon. Can you? Oh, So like only the caster can use their weapon if they use precipitation on themselves, but if they use precipitation on an ally, it gives it a weakened state, so that means with the weakened state you can't use your weapon. I think this is cool. This is a buff for the IOP himself, but it's a nerf in the sense that if you use it on an ally, they can't use your weapon. But I really like this change. So you can't really fail anymore by using like precipitation at the wrong time. Like at the beginning of your turn, that's still fine. You don't have to use your spell, your weapon first before using precipitation. I think that's how it works. And for determination, determination is a variant of precipitation. And now it also affects your allies. So what it does around you is that it applies the unmovable state. Wait, no, this is not an AoE spell. This just applies the unmovable state to yourself. This was a zero range spell, and now they're adding 4 range to it, so you can use it on your allies, give them the unmovable state, and reduce the damage they suffer. No, okay, so now the reduction of damage suffered is removed. Instead, it gives shield points. I think this is a good change for the spell. It gives you 1 more way to tank and even support your allies with shield points instead of just having vitality and virtue. I mean, virtue is really good already, so now you can stack the virtue shield with the determination shield. Is there a CD? Is there a cooldown on determination? Yeah, there's a cooldown of 3 turns. But hey, you can give unmovable state to your allies. That's new. Massacre now reflects also on weapon damage. And when the strategist dies, that's cool. Sword of Iop now has modifiable range. Okay, so we're about to see Iops with 6 range on their spells, playing strength from a craw distance. I already see it coming. But on the flip side, what this means is that when you're playing against an Iop in PvP, you can remove their range. If they're playing strength, they'll have a hard time using Sword of Iop, so it's like a double-edged sword. Iop's Wrath is now 8 AP. That hurts. I don't think this is deserved. 7 AP is already a lot. And Iop is like supposed to be the best damage dealer in the game. I don't agree with this. I don't understand the change to Fit of Rage. Spell's damage is increased after each casting, damage bonus is lost if the spell is not recast. But wasn't it already like that? It was. So what's new? The bonuses decrement if the spell is not cast again. How is that a buff? Isn't that supposed to be a nerf? You can now cast a Malt on yourself. That's cool. So you can hit the 4 targets around you if you're all surrounded. This is really cool. Sentence is a 2 AP intelligence spell. Oh, so when you use it on yourself, it dealt less damage than when you use it on an ally, I guess. And now this is removed, so you can use it on yourself. It deals as much damage as you using it on another ally. Celestial Sword was barely used, I think, because it's the variant of Zenith. But now, the straight line casting is gone, so you can use it diagonally if you want. You can use it with any way you want. It's 4 range. And it's also an AoE spell. That's pretty cool. Pounding, another agility spell, which removes MP. It's now modifiable range as well. So it's kind of the same thing as Sword of IOP. It's a double-edged sword, because you can get a lot more range. But if you get range reaped, you're kind of screwed. Fervor, the chance spell is getting a buff. You have an easier way getting shield points. Endurance is getting 1 more range. That's nice for chance. So what's castigation again? So now you have a chance eroding spell, which we didn't have before. It's castigation. It costs 4 AP, I think. Yeah. You can erode in an area of effect as chance IOP and deal pretty good damage at the same time. The description on the beta is wrong. But that's cool that chance IOP is getting erosion. Cleaver now gives more shield points. And Sword of Judgment just works differently. And now we get to Sedita, which I don't really play a lot. But I think the dolls have been buffed, or gameplay around the dolls have been buffed. So like, less cooldown on the dolls. Costs less AP to summon a doll. And Seditas can play in the same fight without having a global cooldown on dolls, I guess. Manifold Bramble? Isn't that the huge AoE? it now steals MP in an area of effect. That's insane for the strength path. Because the AoE is already a circle of 4 cells, which is gigantic. And if there's a lot of targets in that, then you can steal a lot of MP. So not only remove their MP, but also increase your MP. That's a very big buff, in my opinion. Earthquake is now an earth spell as well. And instead of attracting towards the tree, it removes MP in an AoE and has more damage than before with no cooldown. So that's another buff. I mean, unless you were using a lot the earthquake as a pulling spell towards your trees, you can't do that anymore. They increased the damage on paralyzing poison. Plaguing Bramble is now a fire spell. It was strength before, and it removes MP around a leafy tree. Dolly Sacrifice now heals 100% of the damage you deal. And if you use it on your own doll, you get half the AP cost back. I think Dolly Sacrifice is 4 AP, so it's like it costs 2 AP on your own doll to heal 100% of the damage you deal. It's kind of like the old Anytrough mechanic where you hit your own allies. I mean, you hit your own summons to heal yourself. But also, the healing is applied around the doll, so you can heal your allies as well with this. I think this is a good way to make Sadidas play in team. And the attraction that was removed from Earthquake is now applied to Shake. It's like they just moved it to another spell. So that's it for the whole changelog. I went through the whole thing. Well, yeah, I went through the whole thing. I wanted to test in-game like different sets with the new items and everything, but I don't have my items on the beta because I let them. Oh wait, no, I have them all on my IOP. Ah, that's cool. Nice. Okay, so I'm still gonna stop streaming here, but I'm gonna do some tests with the new gear. Yeah, so let's move everything back. So this is the set I was talking to you about earlier, where you get 5% more crit. So like my crit percent at the moment is at 90%. And it was at 85, I think. So if I look at my spells, I'm at 100% crit for this. For now, everything is 100%. Only concentration is 95. So yeah, everything, intimidation as well is 95%, but almost everything is 100% crit. That's the buff given by the full Tretfist set bonus. And also the corruption set bonus, which now gives 5% crit. So in total I have 10% crit more. So I had 80% before this update. This is really cool. So it's nice to see I found my items again. I'm gonna move them to my Feka and test the Sire set with the egg. the new egg. But I'll do that offline because I have to go eat right now. I'm also gonna make like a list of the most important changes and probably make a video about that. Yeah, probably when the update actually lands, because I know they're gonna change a bunch of values on the beta. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. I've streamed for how long now? 5 hours? 4 hours and a half. So it took me 4 hours and a half to go through the whole changelog. Alright, see you guys later.